Hello everybody, welcome back. We are on the alphas again. We're still continuing that 500 millionist grind, but today's a little bit different. Not a whole lot different. We are in Jurassic Park. Well, High-Sec Island, I should say. Um, the reason I'm out here in the High-Sec Island is I feel like it's about time I actually cover some of the differences between what I do and going to High-Sec Islands such as, like, Clortler or Clarelem. Um, so as we're going today, we'll be talking about it on and off as I discover things that I may not have realized. But already, I've been here for long enough to do two mission resets. And yeah, we got a pretty good amount of missions here. I don't think it's more than what I would do doing what I normally do, which is reset in perimeter and then go to foreign. But the main difference there is that a high-sec island is a system surrounded by low-sec. So, for example, here in Clortler, we have the high-sec system, we have a low-sec system, and then it goes all the way into Clortler, which is a high-sec system. So because of these two low-sec systems blocking it off from the rest of high-sec, um, it makes it so you are more likely to get a mission within your system, and in this case, you won't get any um, that any other high-sec stuff that is even close. I've grabbed all of the systems, all of the missions from our system that we're currently in. Everything else is 15 jumps away here. If I go ahead and turn on like the low sec filter, we don't even have an option here anyway. So we got a whole lot of stuff here. Actually, I might also turn on investigation. See, that's only 5 jumps away, but we're not gonna do that. If it was in our system, we would do it. Yeah, so that's the first major change. It means that when you go to that page, you'll easily identify all of the missions that are in your system. Um, and yeah, it just makes general mission running significantly easier than what I do. But we're 15 jumps away from Gina right now. So if I go ahead and set to Gina, we're we're 15 jumps away. And it's like a minute per jump or something like that. It's not bad, but it is a bit far away if what you want to do is be able to have access to that market at all times. Um, what I would highly recommend is when you hit Omega and you get Tech 8, set a clone station in HiSec and leave however many ships you want out there to run AI for you. It'll be the most efficient way for your AI to be running. Um, but I am someone who usually prefers manually doing things. I like to actually play the game rather than sit there and wait for the game to play itself. I'm okay with a decent amount of automated stuff, but I like choosing which mission I'm going to. I like choosing my modules and making sure they're active when I need them. And AI just takes all of that end away. So a lot of people here. There's 212 people in the system minus one of my 3 characters, so like 209 people in this system. In the low-sec system before this, there was like 230 people. And then in the low-sec system before that, there was like 73 people. So there's certainly a large number of people who have come out to these high-sec islands and don't mind whatever the time difference is between here and an interstellar training center, like Gina or Amar or one of the other major trade hubs. But Gina is the one that is most used, especially in Eve Echoes. So we will go ahead and get started here. We're already in our fleet and everything, so we're good there.
Undocking.
Things that I'm looking for here to make up time compared to what I do. I'm looking for like the distance between missions, and I can already tell you like 49 AU is way longer than any mission I will ever get
Warp
in
drive active.
Foreign. We're gonna have another long day today. Like I said, I do need to get around to actually running my missions and making ISK. Hey, Snoopy, how you doing? Need to also set auto orbit. I am doing good. We're just out here on a high-sec island having a good time.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Something to note about Fortler, there is only one station. So you don't really have a choice of where you dock if you need to. It does have a clone bay and it does offer a repair center. So that is good. It means that if you get in trouble, you can still dock up and get repaired, or you can jump out to wherever you need to with your clone.
Enemy ships detected.
Hello, how you doing? Good to see you again. Welcome to Clortler, a high-sec island. We're not in Foreign today.
We're under attack. We're under attack. Shield damaged. Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
It's not much different from, yesterday. What you find so hilarious? What you come across?
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Oh wow. T6 Nihilus. Wow. Isn't that practically, like, useless to you?
Shield damaged. Enemy ships detected. We're being warp scrambled.
Just a random Cinnaball. Oh yeah. Yep, of course he gets a Gila. So now you've got 3 of the 5 faction ships in there. Of course there was a Gila. That's funny. Who ended up winning that? Oh no, Soleos. That thing probably wrecked.
Fleet warp.
Yep, I have today off, so that's why I wanted to do a really long stream today. I do have to go to bed
Warp drive
fairly
active.
early compared to normal, but it shouldn't really affect the stream at all. I think we'll be going for something like 7 hours if our missions can hold up that long.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
We did manage to sell our implant materials, and so we made something like 5.7 million after all of it on each character. It's not a whole lot, but it's something. Nice. It's a good thing you had that dragon champ. It probably saved you.
Enemy ships detected.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sure he probably sniped the kill.
We're under attack.
Yeah, at least he had some fun.
Enemy ships detected.
You know, I was thinking about yesterday, that very first run we did. I'm actually very surprised that the three of these ships were able to complete that dormant realm in like 33 minutes. I really thought it would take a lot
We're
longer than
under
that.
attack.
Nice. Got good loot and you had fun.
Fleet warp.
Okay, this is that really long warp. It's 41 AU.
Warp drive active.
That's pretty good.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. Shield damaged.
But we should be expecting kind of the same 2 million-ish bounty ticks. I don't think we would get
Enemy
much
ships
higher
detected.
than that, but it'll be a lot more consistent since we don't have to go to perimeter 2 jumps away every once in a while in order to reset our fake high-sec island in foreign. So here you'll see that what I was talking about, all of the missions are right here in front of you. And this is one of the major benefits of a high-sec island, is you'll just have all the missions available every time you reset, whenever it's available to you.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
So if you're someone who, like, really, really hates PvE, or just can't be bothered, you really should consider having, like, a secondary character or a secondary account set up so that way you can be running AI in a high-sec island while you go and do PvP or whatever it is, exploration. It gives you a really good face income that is going to be consistent, and you get to still have the fun that you want to do. You cannot really do that in foreign in perimeter. In foreign perimeter, you have to kind of micromanage the. You kind of have to micromanage the AI a little bit.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
So this is 10 light years away from Gina. We could probably take our Cyans, not our Cyans, our Lucent Moons, and just jump into Flortler and try to get a bunch of laboratory missions. I don't know how good or bad the laboratory mission spawn is for a high-sec island. It used to be really good, but since the changes, I'm not so familiar with how it's actually working. Because it would be nice to have a few ships out here on my main account. It'd be nice if I got 3 labs in the same system at one time. That's where I get my biggest bounty ticks from.
Fleet
Um,
warp.
Okay, so this was our first bounty tick for the area. Not bad.
Warp
Not bad
drive
at all.
active.
Of course, the first bounty tick is always going to be one of your lowest. Yeah, the solo science spawn is annoying, but it's not bad as long as you have, like, more than 14,000 DPS. Because the Cyan spawn is able to actually tank at a minimum, like, 12,000, and depending on the fit for the Cyan, up to 14,000. Something you want to do with the Cyan is you want to kill all of its fighters. Those fighters are worth quite a bit of bounty
We're under attack.
before you go and kill the Cyan itself.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Yeah, but the Cyan is worth way more than just 1 to 2 waves. The Cyan itself is worth like 12 million bounty. And then the fighters, if you're included, if you kill the fighters as well, that's another like 9 million-ish. So you're losing out on a lot. And of course you also have the loot from the Cyan as well, because carrier debris still goes for a decent amount.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Something you really should consider is if you're not gonna go and kill the Cyan, you should let people know that they can come kill it for you if you're not going to. That way you give somebody else the opportunity to get something out of it.
We're under attack.
Ooh, something that's a Dramiel blueprint.
Enemy ships detected.
God. When we first started Ebekas, me and my friend, he really wanted a succubus. So, what we did is we ended up creating a corp together, that's the one I'm currently in, where all of my alts and his alts sit. And it took us about a year between building up ISK and getting the blueprint and mining all the materials in order to actually build it. And by the time we built it, he was kind of just done. He really didn't want to fly it anymore because it was just taking so long. He flew it for, I think, a few weeks before it got blown up. And this was before insurance came into the game.
Fleet warp.
And then after that, he moved on to...
Warp drive active.
After that, he moved on to, the Dramiel. And he's been having a lot of fun with, like, the Machariel Dramiel and the other one, the Cinnamol. He particularly really likes the Machariel, even though he also owns a, one of the bomber battleships as well as something else. Yeah, so he owns a Maelstrom bomber, he owns a Tempest Fleet issue, and he also owns the Machariel, and I think we were trying to get him a Marzio. I can't remember if we actually upgraded him from the Machariel to the Marzio. That's awesome. That's a nice goal to have, being able to build them from scratch. It always feels good to me when I make something myself rather than just buy it off the market. More often than not, it ends up being a little bit more expensive than just buying it off of the market. And that's only because I don't have very good industrial skills right now. If I had full industrial skills, I could very well be mass producing certain frigates. Which I do intend to do in the near future, at some point. I want to do it at least for one video.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. 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 Shield damaged.
Yeah, you really need to be collecting that debris. If it's like Tech 6 debris, it's not worth it. But, like Tech 10 debris and, specialty debris, like Garistas debris and stuff like that, that is so worth having. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Trying to get a rattlesnake VP is so good. I mean, they're worth quite a bit right now, aren't they? The rattlesnake blueprints. Battleship.
Warp drive active.
Scorpion. Scorpion. Where's my faction ships? There they are. Oh, not as bad as I thought. 178
We're under attack.
million for the blueprint. I remember when those blueprints were like 800 million. Hell, the Succubus blueprint that my friend and I ended up buying, it cost like 120 million at the time.
We're under
It took
attack.
literally everything we had to get our hands on that. Because the first one he actually got out of a... Was it an Inquisitor or a Scout or something like that? It was just a really lucky drop that he got out of, like, one of those specialty anomalies. And on his way home with it, he ended up getting caught in a gate camp and killed. So we lost that one, unfortunately, but we ended up buying another one off the market. This was a long time ago, man. I mean, it was easily within the first year of Eve Echoes being available. Might have been within like the first 8 months, even.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Not having insurance killed a lot of things for people. A lot of people quit the game because insurance didn't exist. And it's not like Eve Echoes has or had a good way to determine if someone was sitting on a gate or not. You just saw them in local and went, well, are they running a mission or are they sitting on the gate?
Shields damaged.
More often than not, people were just sitting on the gate, though.
Complete warp.
I also remember sitting in Pater, and watching as the first Gila
Warp drive active.
undocked from it. That was really cool. Everyone was like, oh my god, it's a freaking Gila! How did he get it?
We're under attack. We're under attack.
And this was at a time where everyone was flying
Shield damage.
Caracals and Caracal Navy issues. So having like a Gila was so rare to see. I mean, that was that was just wild. Sometimes I miss those days. More often than not, I'm enjoying what we have now way more than we had then.
We're under attack.
I've seen a lot of things in my time playing Eve Echoes. Uh-oh. What are you sad about today? Yeah, I get it. I think we really need to have ships
Enemy
be
ships
built
detected.
rather than come in a box.
We're under attack.
And we're really, when you think about it, in terms of capital ships, almost every, I think it's like
We're under
90 or
attack.
98% of all Cyans that are on the market were originally bought during the loot box event, or bought from loot boxes. So all of those Cyans on the market need to be blown up in order to have us actually build Cyans. And the same kind of goes for the newer faction battleships. Almost every single faction battleship of the new ones, like the Marzio, the Cobra, I think right now it's at like 82% or something like that of those are originally bought from boxes. So we have a long way to go to blow those up. And force the issue of having them built.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. Once you see those numbers come down and less of them are available because they're being blown up and they're no longer in circulation,
We're
you'll
under
watch their
attack.
prices go way up for their rarity and start to adjust for the cost of the materials and the building cost. But you have to blow them up in order to have a chance of getting that. So, pretty much what I'm saying here is, in order to
Enemy
fix
ships detected.
industry at this point, you have to turn
We're
off
under
safety and
attack.
high-sec. That's just how it is. A huge majority of players, such as myself, have enjoyed the safety of high-sec and not having their ships blown up, but it's come at the cost of industry and manufacturing not being able to actually build anything, especially since they're being sold in boxes and they stay in circulation for so long before they get blown up.
Enemy
There are
ships
many other
detected.
things they can do to try to fix
We're under attack.
industry, but that's the main one that would fix it. You have to have this stuff blown up. Yeah, when the Cyan Sea originally released, it started at 80 billion ISK. It dropped down to about 23 billion and has been slowly climbing from there. So now we're at about 53 or 55 billion ISK for a Cyan. Where's my Cyan? There it is. Yeah, 51, 52 there. And that's because they've finally removed the Cyan box from everything aside from events,
Fleet
which should help fix its price at a higher cost. It still takes way too much material to build one.
Warp drive active.
That's a whole nother problem. They need to really reduce the material cost and increase the ISK cost. That way industrialists have an actual chance. And there can be more product available.
We're under attack.
I think there was only ever one Cyan when it first released that sold for above 100 billion, and that was the first one sold in Gina.
We're under attack.
That poor guy has to be feeling really bad about his purchase now.
detected.
God, it's been so long since the Cyan released. I mean, we're talking about 3 years now, almost, since the Cyan released. And only over the last, like, month or two, they've removed the Cyan from regular sale. We haven't even seen an actual event with a new ship in a while. The update with the Midgard and the new super carriers was not part of an event. So I don't really know what they're planning. We should be coming up on an Interstellar Bazaar soon. They usually do one somewhere near the beginning of
Fleet
summer.
warp.
I just want Marauders.
Warp
Faction
drive
battlecruisers
active.
would be kind of cool. I would like faction battlecruisers and like navy battlecruisers and stuff like that. I think that would be a really nice addition for a smaller ship. Yeah, the Grace's version of the Drake, God, what was that even called? I can't remember the name of it, but that thing is a monster. I really like it. I would fly that over a rattlesnake like any day.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Like, they buffed the Carista's Drake really hard. Alligator, yes, thank you. So, it starts with a 4% bonus to all shield resistances per skill level. And then you get the 10% bonus to kinetic and thermal missiles and torpedoes. It has a command burst option
Enemy ships detected.
for it. It gets a 500% bonus to medium combat drone damage. Like, that puts it on par with the Rattlesnake. Just that stat alone. And then the rest are just kind of meh. The 250% medium drone HP and the 12.5% drone flight velocity is what we would have. Mamba would be nice. I've always been a fan of the Garista ships. They're just, I love the animal styling of everything. But, I will say, the
Fleet warp.
battlecruiser and the destroyer for the Minmatar equivalent,
Warp drive active.
the Angels, God, what the hell are they called? Something Angels. Those two ships look absolutely amazing as well. God, I almost never interact with that faction. Angel Cartel. Thank you. Yeah, the
We're
destroyer and the
under attack.
battlecruiser are insane looking for their design. I keep wanting to call them the Hells Angels. Because that's essentially what they
We're
are.
under attack.
They're just a bunch of fast boys.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Get there quick, mess everything up, and leave.
We're under attack. Shield damaged.
You know, I'd also really like to see, like, a young Jun, super carrier. That would be kind of cool looking, I bet. Yeah, the Orthrus and the other one, very nice looking ships. Where are you, Morning's Legion? Yeah, the Karma and the Orthrus. Really nice looking ships. I personally prefer, the Barghest. But that's just because it makes me laugh every time it's painted orange and it looks like a giant flat pumpkin flying through space. Very expensive.
Fleet warp.
Yeah, 4.5 billion for the Orthrus is way more than it should be,
Warp
but I
drive
wouldn't say
active.
that it's like a bad price either.
We're under attack. Shield damaged. under attack.
Yeah, the ships themselves are worth it. Kind of. It really depends on what you're doing with them.
Enemy ships detected. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. Fleet war.
Only
Warp
3
drive
missions now.
active.
I do enjoy a bit of mindless mission running. It's literally everything I do. Got another bounty tick there. I guess I missed one from earlier. The nice thing about being in Fortler is we can pretty much be guaranteed that we are going to be here the entire time. We won't be, like, struggling to get
Enemy ships detected.
missions in the same system. Yeah, we actually don't have 150 missions. We have 120.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
I'm hoping we actually get to complete all 120 missions that we can do today. But that is going to be a lot of time. Okay, let's go and do this one.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
It takes a lot of DPS in order to comfortably complete a lot of missions in a row. It either takes that or a lot of time. In our case, we've already done 28 missions in the time that we've been here for an hour. 9 on each character. Well, 10 on one. So we're going pretty good.
Enemy ships detected.
With AI in a high-sec island, it
We're
would
under
take you
attack.
about it would take you about 8 hours, 7.5 hours with an AI battleship to complete all your missions. It should be more than that, Snoopy. It should be way more than that. I mean, you should be looking at
Enemy ships detected.
I don't know, maybe you should probably be looking at like closer to 300 million a day between bounty ticks and mission rewards. Yeah, so just the mission rewards is 175. and then you can add your bounty ticks in there.
Fleet Warp.
Warp drive active.
If you're only running laboratory missions, that reward, that mission reward, is closer to 200 million. But it is very unlikely that you're gonna run into 50 laboratory missions. Unless you're on literally for 24 hours. Maybe you'll hit that many in 24 hours. Yeah, 500 days is definitely doable with 50 missions.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Maybe I should drag my Dominix navies out here and run laboratory missions. I don't know. I don't know if it would be better for me to drag my Lucent Moons or my Dominix navies out here. Both are very good options. Lucent Moon can actually handle a Science farm though.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, at Tech 8, you're gonna struggle to complete all 50 missions without having like another character providing DPS with you. I don't remember what you said you normally fly right now. Yeah, I don't even fly the Lucent Moons into a normal mission. I only fly them into labs. So in order for me to make the reset timer, I would have to always have 2 laboratory missions that I can go to.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. Yeah, that's without commendations. With commendations, doubles all the bounty ticks.
Enemy ships detected.
So the 5 million lab gives 32 or 34 million for bounty tick. So 39, let's call it, with the mission reward. The 5.5 million gives the same amount, but with the cyan, you get an extra like 5 to 9 million from the drones or the fighters. And then another 12 million for the actual cyan kill as a bounty tick.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
It's a really nice amount if you kill that cyan in a reasonable amount of time.
We're under attack.
Like for my three Lucents, I would just kill the cyan because I can kill it in under like 5 minutes.
Fleet warp.
It is so good.
Warp drive active.
The 4 million lab is a little bit lacking. If I remember correctly, it only gives like 19 million as a bounty tick if you kill everything solo.
We're under attack.
It's still not horrible, but it could be better. Especially to try to match up with that 32 or 34 from the 5 and 5.5 million lab.
Enemy ships detected.
Man, I wish Tech 7, 8, 9, and 10. I wish all of the tiers could have an equivalent lab mission. Can you imagine what a Tech 1 lab would be? It's just 34 frigates flying around. It would just look like a drone swarm.
Enemy ships detected.
That is okay to be lazy.
Fleet war.
You shouldn't feel like you have to.
Warp drive active.
I literally have to because we won't make our goal if I don't. Hmm.
We're under attack.
Something I've noticed while doing this, I have yet to see an encounter mission for 1.5 million or 2 million. It's all been the 300,000 or the 450,000. Interesting. Maybe it's just my luck that I'm not getting the harder missions.
Enemy ships detected.
Oh, the weather is getting to you. I'm the one person that the heat really doesn't bother all that much until it's like really hot. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty happy in like anything up to like 92 to 94 degrees. But after about that point, it starts getting a little uncomfortable for me. I get cold when it's like 76, 74, somewhere in there. That's when I start getting cold. Like, it's really uncomfortable for me at like 74 degrees.
Fleet
Most
warp.
people would consider that room temperature.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Wonder if I could get that mission. Which one am I missing? Secret transactions. That'd be really good if I could get that.
Enemy ships detected.
That's true, but you can always cool off in most cases if you're like really hot. Find some shade, get some wind going. Certainly there are limits to both ends. But even when it's cold for me,
Under attack.
getting more clothing just doesn't seem to help me at a point. It requires some really expensive materials in order to try to keep me warm.
Enemy ships detected.
What is that mission worth, by the way? Be nice if I could get that on all three.
Fleet warp.
Is there a particular reason why it's out there in Nullsec? Like, did you bring it out there for
Warp
like some
drive
kind of
active.
mission that you wanted to do. Or did you buy it out there and not realize it was out there?
We're under attack.
Okay. If you haven't used it in a while, you might want to consider moving it to HiSec and using it to run wave rafts in HiSec. Ooh, that's a lot of jumps. It almost might be worth just blowing it up and redoing the insurance in HiSec for that kind of distance. Yeah, I mean, you could always have a second one. It's not really a bad idea to have. You can always sell it on the market for a low price. Yeah, Trailblazer Core is just kind of bad. It's got decent warp stability, which is good, but otherwise it's just not a good nano core. Okay, here's an idea. You take both of your rattlesnakes
Enemy ships
and you build a
detected.
Cobra. Since you already have 2 rattlesnakes, you can take them and definitely build a Cobra cheaper than what you could right now if you were to buy them. And then you'd have a really good version of what you have in HiSec. I don't know if the Starbeat core transfers over to the Cobra. I mean, let's face it, if you haven't touched your rattlesnake in low sec for months, you're not gonna go out there with the Cobra anyway.
Fleet warp.
It obviously wasn't enough income that you do it regularly.
Warp drive active.
And it was obviously dangerous enough that you have considered not doing it regularly anyway, just for the fear of getting blown up. So just have a Cobra in HiSec. Just make your rattlesnake in HiSec into a Cobra in HiSec and call it a day. Run wave rafts and have fun with it that way. I've blown up ships much more expensive than what a 10 billionist Cobra would be. got blown up by Dominix once.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
You can also
We're
use
under
the
attack.
Cobra in Dormant Realms as a solo runner. It's much more tanky than the normal Rattlesnake. Yeah, I mean, it would probably be like half the cost since you already have the two Rattlesnakes. True. True. The expert skill is a little difficult to have. Is it the missile bonus that you're missing, or the drone damage bonus that you're missing? Because if it's the missile bonus, just fly it. The extra 5% isn't really worth. It's both. Yeah, the drone damage one is a little important.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
I mean, we're... At the moment, you probably have the same DPS as the Rattlesnake, but you would have more tank out of it.
We're under attack.
With the last skill, you'd be a little bit better.
Enemy ships detected.
What else could you do with that? You can always do the lower end wave rafts. There's plenty of those on the market. I was checking the other day, and there's a lot of wave rafts on the market in the lower end. These guys are about 600 million. 1.1. That's 3. That's 3.
Enemy ships detected.
2.7. Yeah, the marketplace falls quite a bit when they're actually available.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
We are looking for the Cobra.
Enemy ships detected.
I mean, 3 billion for the materials for a Cobra. And you already have the other 2 parts, which are the 2 rattlesnakes. You could probably make a pretty good amount of ISK just selling the Cobra. And then you can buy 2 more rattlesnakes if you wanted.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Yeah. The blueprint, not sure how much that's gonna cost.
Enemy ships detected.
Rattlesnake, Cobra. So, I mean, there's no blueprint here available. You'd have to build it yourself. Which could definitely cost a couple of billion. But even still, you're under half that cost of the Cobra.
Fleet warp.
I don't know. I just think having a ship sitting there that you're not intending to
drive
use
active.
again kind of sucks. It's one thing to have a ship sitting there doing nothing and you're not going to use it, and it's a whole nother if you have it as a backup for when your main ship explodes and you can get right back to it. The backup should be in the same place as your main ship that you would use. What's the current cost of the Rattlesnake? Is it still 2.8 billion?
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Ooh, we're really close to 2 billion. This will be our first time we've ever hit 2 billion.
We're under attack.
961 million. We started today at 946.
Enemy ships detected.
.8, 2.9. No bio on it. Oh, never mind.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
A lot of stuff sitting there. But I think you said you use a lot of your ships. So that's fine.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
Sitting there trying
We're
to
under attack.
flex on me. It's funny because that particular hangar almost exactly reflects the opposite of what I did.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, this looks more similar to how I went through the game. Two enforcers. That's funny.
Shield damaged.
It's funny, looking through this hangar is almost exactly how I went through my stuff. That's hilarious. Like the order and everything that it puts them in is damn near perfect to how I originally went from Tech 1 to Tech 10.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yep, I'm waiting on you to send it through. There it is. Yeah, this is the PvP hangar. That's funny.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
No, you're just a collector. It's not a problem.
We're under attack.
It's obvious that you really enjoy having access to any ship in the game. And you like having them in your hangar. And I just view it very differently. Normally in a lot of games I tend to be a collector, but EVE Echoes and EVE Online in general, I would rather have a few really good ships than just have a bunch of ships. And that's a problem for me.
Enemy
Because when I
ships
say a few
detected.
really good ships, um, usually those ships are going to end up being very expensive. So the way I've combated that is by having my 3 characters. That way, I don't have to fit so aggressively expensive, and I can still get things done twice or 3 times as fast as I would with a single character. For me, it was about efficiency and time management for Eve Echoes. And unfortunately, fitting one ship extraordinarily expensive was not very efficient. Even though it sounded efficient when I only had one character.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, the command ships were really nice. I think they do their job very well, and they stand out quite nicely compared to regular ships. Yes, they help out even strong players in a fleet. Sometimes it's better to give your strongest player the most support, because then they just absolutely wreck everything, rather than trying to keep
Warp
weaker
drive
players
active.
alive. The weaker players are sometimes better being fodder than they are actually trying to keep them alive.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, as soon as they introduced our version of scanning, it it killed story mission running. There's just no reasonable combat to scanners. There's no real counterplay other than just warp away when someone warps into the system. Yep, I do remember people running story missions as in a fleet. I never participated in any of that, but I can very vividly remember sitting in Vader and watching chat as people were trying to get fleets together to do story missions.
Fleet warp.
Yeah, I have not seen a single hard mission yet.
Warp drive active.
That's a little weird.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
So we've gone through 38 missions so far, and we have not seen a single mission that's like 1.5 million or 2 million is reward.
Enemy ships detected.
Four days of high-sec scanning. It's not 447 million. That's pretty good.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack. Shield damaged. War.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack. We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Yeah, I was thinking I should really consider. I've got 2 more character slots that I haven't filled yet. And I'm wondering if I should do like scanning or low sec only with them. Could be a lot of fun.
Enemy ships detected.
It might be more fun to do like the low sec challenge for it. Yeah, I have a very particular system in mind because I like that system.
Enemy ships detected.
Of course, we would have to go to high sec to buy things, so it's not like we're gonna be no market or anything like that. It would be very hard to be like the Iron Man challenge of Eve Echoes. Now that's a
We're
challenge
under
right there.
attack.
Everything you do has to be done yourself. That would be something special. The Iron Man Eve Echoes.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
So like, if you wanted So like, if you wanted to get C-type gear, you would either have to get it from a drop from an enemy, or you would have to build it yourself. Yeah, a lot of people will join a corporation and then they kind of lose interest after that for a variety of reasons, whether it be they died and they didn't get the support from the corporation they thought they would get, or maybe they feel like the game has become boring because they just have access to whatever they want.
Enemy ships detected.
Sometimes they just don't integrate well with the corporation itself. There's a lot of reasons why people just join a corporation and then stop playing. And it really is a shame.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack. Fleet war.
I almost lost track of which character I was on.
Warp drive active.
We've been going pretty good so far. We're definitely making it work. I need to use up my commendations as soon as the day resets. That way I have a huge boost in the amount of income we've made today. And that means we will have no commendations for the rest of the week.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected.
So we've already made something like, we started at 46, so we're a little under 20 million. We're probably at like 14 or 15 million. So with a corporation like that, sometimes it's more a problem of time zone when the rest of the people are online and you just don't ever encounter them. That's a major problem that I had. A lot of corporations are European corporations. And so their time zone is, their active time is during the time where I have to be asleep. And so it just ends up not working for me. It's why I like having my own corporation where I don't care really who's on when I'm on. But I think I would like to start up like a high-sec corporation for players to join in and have fun with at some point. It would be nice to have like a sort of high-sec empire, multiple corporations, like a whole high-sec alliance maybe. You just don't see those ever in Eve Echoes, because that's not the kind of community we have here.
Fleet.
Not yet, at least.
Warp drive active.
all the missions on this character.
Fleet Warp.
Warp drive active.
Not a lot of missions that time. Yeah, I have not seen a single hard mission.
We're under attack.
$350, $350, $450, $450, $450, $350. Huh. That is certainly a little odd about the High-Sec Islands right now. I am not seeing any of the 1.5 millionist missions or the 2 millionist missions that I normally get when I'm flying in foreign in perimeter. And actually, I pretty reliably get them too. Within like 1 or 2 resets, I usually have
We're under attack.
1 or 2 of those missions. So I don't know, just a little weird.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Alright, I am back.
Fleet Warp.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
I'm missing quite a few missions for Galente. I'm missing set collection. That would be nice to have, if I could get that.
Enemy ships detected. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Well, since we've made like 20 million so far, with commendations, it would be 40 million. How you doing, Lovo? You doing alright? Good, good. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the follow.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
We're just grinding away today. Tell me a little bit about yourself. I do have a translator on hand, so I can at least read what you're saying. Best drones for the Cyan Sea. That's a good question.
We're under attack.
I personally really like drones with high DPS. However, I think... Which one is it? Fighters. Offense. I think right now these
Enemy
augmented ones are the best.
We're under attack.
Correct me if I'm wrong if you have any other options here. The other option, if you're at like really long range, these things are pretty good too. You're welcome.
Enemy ships detected.
Tell me a little bit about yourself. Have you been flying the Cyan, or are you about to get one? Yeah, so, for a less expensive option, I think your less expensive option is gonna be like these furbolgs right here. These guys are gonna be probably your best option for a cheap selection. I personally have these guys for a while. They're not bad. They're at about 162 million. You can definitely get away with these guys though, if you're just getting into it.
Fleet war.
Oh, finally we got an expensive mission.
Warp drive active.
Is that what I need? You have two options. I run a lot of high-sec missions, so the aerospace
Enemy
implant,
ships detected.
give me just a minute and I'll show you.
We're under attack.
So
Ship
the
damaged.
you won't see it on these characters, these are my alphas, but the Aerospace Tactic Implant is the best for constant DPS, whereas the Bombard is going to be better for quick, short bursts of DPS. I like this one more.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're being warp scrambled. We're being warp scrambled. Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
Oh, goodness.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, there's a lot of good Russian players and streamers out there.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
Ooh, nice. Unfortunately, they
We're
failed,
under
but
attack.
at least they're done.
We're under attack.
Yeah, I have no idea. I guess you will be mining, because that's a lot you gotta do to build a Tramule and a worm.
Enemy ships detected.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, if you're in the Roarfall, it should be like a couple of hours. Maybe like an hour at most.
Enemy ships detected.
If you're in Nullsec, just go with the Roarfall. The Orca... The Orca's not really worth it over the Roarfall in Nullsec. If you're in low sec or high sec, then the Orca's gonna be better for you. I've seen a lot of Orcas die because they think they can be bait or a tackle, and it just does not work out for them.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
Okay, we are 969 million on this character so far. We've got 4 hours before the next daily reset, I believe. Let's see, we can check Concord to verify that. 3 hours, 51 minutes. Yes. So we got a long way to go.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
You know, I'm glad they adjusted the Concord Pass to give more points, because it's hard enough for an alpha to make money, and just having that Concord Pass makes it so much better for newer players and alpha players. I would prefer it if NetEase would just remove all clone bound only statuses, and let people actually sell anything they want. They do have their hand on the flex price. That's why they're adjusting the flex tax and everything like that.
Fleet war.
Yeah, the price only went up because the taxes are now being put on it.
Warp drive active.
And less people are actually buying flex in general and selling it.
We're under attack.
We usually see the price of flex come down quite a bit during flex rebate events, along with events that have you buy Aurum, because you're usually left with some flex left over. And people will sell
Fleet
that,
damaged.
so it's not on their account. Just sitting there doing nothing. Yeah. Yeah, if you're actively saving up all of your
Enemy ships detected.
income that you've gotten since day one as an alpha, you'll be able to afford that by the time you hit Tech 7. And then between Tech 7 and Tech 8, you should be able to buy it one more time. So it's not too bad, but you do have to wait to use it until Tech 8. Because otherwise you'll just be wasting your Omega status. That's why we're doing what we're doing here instead of just going straight for Omega as soon as we had it. I mean, all three of our characters have had this 170 flex since day 75.
Enemy ships detected.
How's my skill training doing? Out of skill training. Okay, so we have all that. Remote armor. Remote shield. Let's go ahead and...
We're under attack. Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
Nice, we got 6 more missions there. Hello, Asim. Good to see you. How you doing tonight?
Enemy ships detected.
Ah, very nice. We are just starting to train into remote shield operation and those kind of skills for the group shield boosters. Don't really need the remote one, I need the group one though.
ships detected.
Okay, I wanted to make sure on that, because I didn't see it in that list. Maybe it's at, like, level 5? Yeah, there we go. At level 3, we start getting the group shield booster stuff. That's good, I need that. We're gonna be using that on the rattlesnake to our advantage.
We're under attack. We're under attack. Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, it's a little complicated of a subject. But it's not too bad when you realize it's just you need to get lucky to get your story mission in LowSec. It's just resetting until you get it. And it could be 20 jumps away.
Enemy ships detected.
It's
We're
not gonna be
under
close.
attack.
I don't think I've ever had a story mission, the LowSec equivalent thing, that was close. I think the closest one I've ever had was like 17 jumps away. Everything else has been like 23 or so jumps away. Back when I actually did them. Before scanning came into the game. I'm trying to see if I get lucky for the one mission I need for something, but it's just not happening.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
And welcome, Azim. We're here on the High-Sec Island. We are in Flortler. And the mission that I'm looking to try to get
Shield damaged.
is this one. Business Magnate or Super Soft Drink. Or Sweet Poison. If I can get the last mission I need for those three, which will be low-sec missions, that's going to be quite a big ISK income when I sell it on the market. Because I would not run it as an alpha. I would just grab the mission and sell it. It just has to give it to me. That's the hardest part. Nice. Yeah, if it
Warp
just
drive
gives me the
active.
one mission I need for each of those, we'll be golden. We'll make a lot of money if we get that.
We're under attack.
Is there any other settings that I actually need to turn
We're
on?
under attack.
No, I've got everything turned on, so I'm just waiting on the RNG to drop it right next to me.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I'm literally one mission short on like a whole lot of them for Calgary and Galente. The RNG just needs to be in my favor.
Enemy ships detected.
New fit. What's going on there? Oh, nice. That's a nice action move. Double armor rep. Large Nosferatus. Nice. Oh yeah. That's a really nice one. I like it. Did you have to use, did Snoopy have to use the power grid rig for that?
Fleet war.
To fit those large Nosferatus?
Warp drive active.
Okay. Did you still have to use like a power grid rig for it? Or did it fit without it? And I would consider, you should consider swapping out the other Nosferatu and run a neutralizer instead of it. If you're gonna be PvPing with it. Yeah, that medium probably needs to be a neutralizer. Or a scram. But otherwise, it looks great.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, that looks awesome. Yeah, it's a really good amount. But you already have the large Nosferatu, so no point in having the medium.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
I could maybe get away with fitting a large on the Prophecy.
Fleet war.
Yeah.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, you should have quite a bit of Nosferatu bonus on that Nanocore. 22% is really good.
We're under attack.
Wow. EVE Online is having a lot of high-isk fights right now. Yeah.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, we're in a high-sec island today.
We're under attack.
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Yeah, probably not that far.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, I figured I might as well show off a high-tech island versus what I normally do.
Fleet Walk.
Especially since we're trying to grind as effectively as possible. The high-tech islands are like 20%
Warp
better
drive
in
active.
terms of just staying in the same system and for multiple hours at a time. You're not going to have the issue where once in a while you have to go to a different system that's 2 jumps away.
We're under attack.
But I have noticed I am not
We're under
getting
attack.
the really good missions as often. We have accepted $20, $44, like 52 or 54 missions, and we've only seen one good mission, and that is, which one was it? This one? This one.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, Clairlem
We're
is
under
kind of a
attack.
mess. I did have to choose between Clairlem or Clortler, and Clortler is 5 jumps closer. So that's why we're here. Yeah, out of 52 missions that we've accepted today, only one has been a hard mission. Everything else has been standard. Normally by now I'd have like 4 or 5 of those harder missions
Enemy ships detected.
when I'm in foreign or perimeter. I mean, yeah, you could just show off and kill everything. But where's the fun in that?
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Yeah, and I would just move on to a different mission. It's not even a question. And then we'd come back to it eventually.
Fleet Walk.
It's not even a loss.
Warp drive active.
I don't really think I would be getting that much more out of Amar versus, Galente. if I'm remembering correctly, it'd be like Anhair or Hurt or whatever it was called, right?
We're under attack.
Yeah, might. I don't really care too much though.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
If we're lucky, we're lucky. If not, oh well.
We're under attack. We're under attack. Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, I think I'll be fine. I just need to stay grinding as long as possible.
Fleet war.
The only major problem with Fortler
Warp
is
drive
the
active.
system is so large that you get these multi-digit distances between missions. So you can have a mission that's like 50 AU away, and that just cuts into warp time and bounty tick.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Let's see, don't we have like one more week of Concord Pass we have to do? Yeah.
Enemy ships detected.
Yay, we completed an advanced tutorial. Number 9. Wow. Oh, let's bring up that.
How are you feeling, pilot?
So that gives us shield hardening and armor hardening. Wow, completely useless. Cool. At least that's done. How close are we on my other two? Did we complete it here too? Yes, we did. That means all 3 are complete. Finally done with the tutorial. Kind of.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
Nice. It only took however many days? So it only took 171 days. Yeah, they really haven't done much with the tutorials in a while.
Enemy ships detected.
But that's okay.
We're under attack.
Slowly trying to tear through this
We're
Myrmidon.
under attack. Shield damaged.
I know so many people who have warped in at 0 and died. It's not even funny.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah. But it doesn't tell you why you would want to warp in at a certain distance. That is one of the problems with the tutorials is they don't tell you why you would want to do that. Oh god, the fitting for the tutorial is awful. It gives you an idea of how it works, but it doesn't tell you anything about why you would want to do certain things. Yeah. You start with a newt when most people would rather have a Nosferatu.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
Nosferatu was like tutorial 5 or tutorial 7 or something like that.
We're under attack.
Yeah.
We're under attack.
Yeah, I think Eve Echoes has to have like one of the worst existing tutorials. The only thing worse than Eve Echoes tutorial is like having no tutorial at all.
Enemy ships detected.
they would almost have a better tutorial if they just made it a quiz on the modules. Like, you have an option of these different modules, which one helps you maintain your capacitor? Like, that would be a better tutorial than what we have.
Enemy ships detected.
I'll be honest, if I had not played EVE Online first, I would find EVE Echoes to be very difficult to get into.
We're under attack. Fleet war.
Yeah, EVE Online kind of taught me what to expect from EVE Echoes. And so
Warp drive
my
active.
going into EVE Echoes, I knew what I was getting into for the most part. And so it helped me really understand what was going on, what I should be doing, how everything kind of worked. I still had a lot to learn, but it was much easier for me to get into it because of that.
We're under attack.
Yeah. The first interaction I ever had with EVE Online was the stories of Vern Gina. And that fascinated me.
Enemy ships detected.
That absolute interaction there just got me way into it. And then from there, I was looking at like large combat and like dreadnoughts and carriers and super carriers. And it all just fascinated me. And then I got into like the market side of things. And I was like, wow, there's actual player control in a market in a game. So cool.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Was it last turn that really got me into it though? Let me check. Hello, Nums. How you doing today? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so after like watching a lot about super carriers and how they were doing PvE, I came across Lasker Emanuel, where he was doing, where he would take dreadnoughts and fight like Imperium and Goonswarm,
Warp drive active.
and he would act as like a target practice for them, in a sense, and that just made me fall in love with EVE Online. And I said, when EVE Echoes came out and my friend told me about it, man, I was so down to try it. Lasker Emanuel, really, really got me into EVE in general. Well, tell me a little bit about yourself, Num-Nums. What do you fly? What do you do? Are you playing EVE Echoes? Ace Face was also another one, but he was a lot later.
Enemy ships detected.
Ace Face got me into
We're
Abyss
under attack.
and small ships. I really love his small ship content. He got me into like the nitty gritty of fitting and things like that.
Shield damaged.
I really want to do like Triglavian hunting. That is probably some of my favorite content that Ace Face puts out. Just because it utilizes that Marauder style.
Enemy ships detected.
But Frigate
We're
T0
under
Abyss
attack.
is so much fun. I love it.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
Nice. Are you thinking about getting a Dominic's Navy issue eventually?
We're under attack.
Yeah, there's definitely some vultures in these high-tech islands. It's how they make their money. It's fine. I would rather them ask if they can come in and collect my loot. At least be respectful in that sense. Um, but whatever. Or at least stay hidden until the person walks out, you know? So that way you know that they don't care about the loot. And then you can get it once they leave. Just a little bit of honor among pirates, right? Nice. I really like the Dominic's Navy issues I have. They're really good. Oh, I have completely forgot to include the link for Discord.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, you gotta work your way towards those expert skills. But it's worth it. It's gonna be a huge increase in DPS for you. And clear times. And we have completed these.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack. Enemy ships
Oh, okay.
detected.
Nice.
We're under attack.
Well, I'm glad you can finally make it to a stream. Aerospace is better most times. Especially if you're just farming PvE. But PvP, you'll be better off with the Bombard.
Enemy ships detected.
Aerospace is such a good implant. I don't really know how I'm gonna get my hands on the aerospace implant for these alphas, other than just buying it off the market. Which should be possible.
Fleet war.
What are we at? 978?
Warp drive active.
Nice.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
We're
Enemy
getting
ships
ever
detected.
closer to being able to afford our rattlesnakes. As of right now, the YouTube poll has the rattlesnake winning at 67% of the votes. There are 2 votes for the nightmare, 1 vote for the Balhorn, and 1 vote for the Mercurial. The rattlesnake has like 7 or 9.
Enemy ships detected.
That's actually really good information. That means technically if we have a problem, we should still be able to run hard missions. Did you see how much the Nestor costs right now? What the 31 billion is? You can literally buy a dreadnought for that cost. It's a good ship, but like, not that good. The, the Marshall is the only one that should ever be that kind of
Warp
cost.
drive active.
The Nestor should be sitting around like 14 or 15 billion, like the Argus. Not 31. 31 seems wrong.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah. The Nestor is definitely a fleet ship. Just like the Nightmare. But it's not worth 31 billion. If I wanted a fleet ship for 31 billion, I would just get Force Auxiliary. Like the Ninazu or the Lift. Oh god, yeah. If I still had the Nestor that I own, I bought it at 12 billion ISK. And I sold it for like 15. I only had it for like 2 weeks. Because it just wasn't right for me.
We're under attack. Fleet
It's actually
lost.
kind of funny because I had the Nestor before they brought in the sentry drones.
Warp drive
That's
active.
really funny to me. Now with sentry drones and the aerospace implant, you could probably output some good DPS on that. Man, I really wish I had, like, a sales history
Enemy ships
for
detected.
the ships that I've bought and sold.
We're under attack.
That would be a nice little journey to go on and look through once in a while. We're, we're about 2 months away from a year of making videos on this channel. On the YouTube, at least. Oh, you know that's not true.
Enemy ships detected.
You've gotta own every single capital ship.
We're under attack.
There's your challenge.
Shield damaged.
Maybe one day. Oh, I expect it of you.
Fleet warp.
They are so expensive. But at least they got some buffs recently
Warp
to make
drive
them worth
active.
some of that.
We're under attack.
Yeah, you basically had the full collection. Yep. And not only did they drop the versatile assault carriers, they also dropped them in a box. And left them on the market for like a month. In that box. Available at any time. RIP. Ah, you're about to get in the start date, huh? That'll be good.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah. Yeah, the Lucent Moon is a pretty good gateway into versatile assault carriers. Well, what are they called now? Just the assault carriers? Tactical carriers? What are they calling them now? Assault carriers. Ooh, nice.
We're under attack. Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
What are we at now for missions? We're probably somewhere around 60 missions.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Come on, man. The weapons are also important. Once you get that level 5 skill, being 454 is not hard. It's just that one level 5 skill that messes everything up.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah. Fighters are definitely really, important.
We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Yeah, so far the only disappointment that I've had with the High-Sec Island
Enemy
is
ships
the
detected.
lack of the harder missions.
We're under attack.
We've done like 74 missions, and only one of them has been the harder 1.5 millionest mission. we have not seen the 2 millionth mission yet either.
Fleet warp.
I need to warp out of here before I go and reset. That way this one is not on grid.
Warp drive active.
Wow, only 2 missions there, huh? That's pretty rough. Hey, you discovered something you shouldn't have.
Enemy ships detected.
Eh. Well, it looks like you need to blow that up. Get you some friends and laugh it. Tell them who's boss.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. Shield damaged.
So you've been running around with missing skills or something?
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
Oh, you need 3 more close-in weapons. Oof. Yeah. I mean, still useful if you put the drone and fighter one on there. Because there's a lot of those in the Unknown Hidden Rifts, if I remember correctly.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah. Hmm.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
This is
We're
definitely a
under attack.
long day, I tell ya. That's too bad. Yeah. It happens. You can't blame people either. I feel their pain.
Fleet war.
Yeah, they could.
Warp drive active.
But a normal carrier isn't going to be very useful to them when they have the Cyan.
We're under attack.
Yeah, this one's definitely going to hurt a little bit more.
under attack.
So we've got about 2 more hours until the reset, which is probably when I will end stream. It has taken us 4.5 hours to do 75 or 76 missions. That's not a bad
Enemy
price.
ships detected.
It's possible that it was taken from a corporation and sold, and is being sold to make a quick profit against their will. That sounds like heist
We're
money.
under attack. Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
I'll be back in just a moment. Hello, welcome. Good to see you today. How are you?
We're under attack.
We're just out here in the high-tech island right now, grinding as hard as we can for the alphas. We've almost crossed that 1 billion-ish threshold over here.
Fleet war.
Yeah. The passive on the Nitro is really good.
Warp drive active.
But it's not necessarily the passive thing, it's the mobility of the ship itself. Speed taking plus passive can really go a long way for a small ship.
We're under attack.
You just don't have the DPS to kill something? How do you not have the DPS to kill something? Normally... Yeah, they do take forever. If you have... If you have the, warhead charge implant, that would go a lot better for you. I don't even know if you're
Enemy
using it.
ships detected.
Ew, no. No, bad Snoopy. Only use that for PvP. It may be the only one you have, which is fine. But get yourself a warhead charge implant. It'll like double your DPS. And help you and help you out a lot.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, I mean, you do use it for Malphite. But even there, you can swap whenever you need to. You can swap in space, so might as well run the DPS when you don't need it. Or when you do need it.
Fleet Warp.
Even with the green implant, and you select kinetic, or was it kinetic or
Warp drive active.
thermal, whatever, on that first one at level 15. It's explosive or EM, so you would go explosive for Malphite.
We're under attack.
Or EM if you're going against something with a lot of shields.
We're under attack.
Yeah, for general units, it's a little bit of a better choice. But it's still not going to provide you a whole lot of, like, damage compared to the other one. If you're doing a lab. Hey, congratulations, Stacker. The last Stacker man. Congratulations on reaching tier 7. Do you have a plan for tier 7 right now?
Enemy ships detected.
Okay. What are you most interested in for like a weapon choice? What have you been enjoying mostly?
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, I don't see why you would not be able to complete an Inquisitor, in the Micro.
We're under attack.
But like you said, the only real problem you had was the battleship.
Fleet Warp.
Warp drive active.
I still need to do my encounter reset here. Okay, we have 2 more hours until the reset. You know,
Enemy
they
ships
should just
detected.
make, like, a permanent Concord Pass. Something that doesn't go away, and you just constantly go through it.
We're under attack.
Oh. What is off?
We're under attack.
Or you mean oof? Oh.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
Nice. It's gonna take a little while, but you'll get there.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
$14.40 is not so bad. Okay. Yeah, it would be nice to have that 20 warp stability.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
There are very few ships in the game that can even get close to 14.
Shield damaged.
Yeah, someone with 2 Predators has 10. That's correct. But there are not many ships in the game that will ever fit 3, 4, or 5 points.
Enemy ships
It
detected.
can definitely be close. finally got, I think, another good mission there. Yeah. So that would be our second good mission that we've gotten.
Fleet War.
Finally.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
That's crazy. Modern world. Modern world. That's crazy. That's a lot of this just to go one more gold level, depending on how many times it fails. It's a great ISK sync for the game though, I'll tell you that. I would rather just stay with my thermomagnetic storm core, upgrade it a little bit, and have all of the bonuses that I need to get high DPS. It's so funny how good the thermomagnetic storm core
Enemy
actually
ships
is.
detected. We're under attack.
And it's free! Oh, easily the best DPS core in the game. I don't think there's a better one. And it's even better when you combine it with the warhead charging plan. The Dragon Core is better for other weapon systems that have multiple damage types, and implants that boost general damage, like the aerospace implant. I think it's like really close there. If not just a little bit better in some cases.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Yeah, it has the drone specific ones, which is pretty good. But thermomagnetic, I think, is still just slightly better for that. The edge case there is if you wanted to use, like, an EM or an explosive drone, then the Dragon Core does a lot better, because thermomagnetic only does kinetic and thermal. Dragon Core is kind of like the opposite to that.
Fleet
Don't
War.
I have no idea why that one mission was so easy. Normally I have to turn on a second armor repairer. Didn't even have to this time.
Warp drive active.
Weird. We've made some really good progress today. Oh, I love the look of Cyber X. And it was considered to be one of the best PvP cores in the game. I think since then it's been overthrown. But it is definitely up there with the best PvP.
Enemy ships detected.
Nanocores in the game. Kinda wish they would do more nanocores similar to CyberX. Like, if you could get one that gave you an extra high slot, or an extra low slot, oh my. Like, having an extra gun on a Machariel, or a Megatron, or a Vindicator would be insane. Yeah, you won't be able to get an actual ship from the Concord Pass.
Enemy ships detected.
Which is a good thing. We need to make sure that all the capital ships are gonna be built or bought. Preferably built. And having free access to a nanocore is way better. I think that's a really good choice. Yeah, there are not many Death Wish cores out there.
We're under attack.
Mostly because it's just a pain in the butt to actually get one.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
Yeah, I like that one. I also like the events where bounties are doubled
Shield
and
down.
planetary yield is increased. Those are nice to have.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah. That's usually an Interstellar Bazaar event. Where we got like Illusory Ghost, Cyber-X, and a few other things like that. Neon Rain. There's also like the Aurum Recharge event. Yeah, I'm literally sitting on like 2
Enemy ships
of
detected.
the triangle keys for the Death Wish, and I cannot seem to get another one.
We're under attack.
They should really consider doing like an ISK event, just to get rid of all of this excess ISK that's been going around. It's kind of why I liked the Cyan Sea boxes, because you can spend the ISK on those.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
But they really needed to make it so you could buy ISK, or that you could buy the boxes and the keys with ISK. Just for like one event. Make it a free-to-play event, you know? Hey, you've got more risk than me right now. I'm probably somewhere around like 45 billion. Between all 6 of
We're
my
under
characters.
attack.
No, I'm probably closer to like 50. like
Enemy ships
48,
detected.
49.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Yeah, still recovering from 3 lucid
Shields
moons,
damaged.
and I haven't even got them properly fit yet with the shield tank.
Enemy ships detected.
Well, that was the easiest 76,000 ISK I've ever gotten.
Fleet war.
We've been listening to the same soundtrack
Warp drive active.
for 5 hours. No, I would not do an AI lucid moon. Not until they provide us with content that high-set capitals can actually run back to back.
Enemy ships detected.
I don't know. I don't know if the lucid moon would die if your AI bugs out.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
You would think that, but every module turns off when the AI bugs out. So you would literally have whatever the stock tank on that thing would be. Yeah, it would take quite a while for them to kill you, but I think they could.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
God, I really cannot wait to be Tech 8.
Enemy
It's a little rough at Tech 7.
We're under attack.
We got a long way to go and a short time to get there.
We're under attack.
Yeah, see what Sweet says. You'll have to toggle the EHP meter a couple of times and set it to 30% shield.
Damaged. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Mm.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
383 per second is not good enough. They actually could kill you. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you need to fit, like, resistance rigs and stuff on the Lucent Moon. If you were gonna have a chance. But most people only run the DPS rigs.
Enemy ships detected.
Still nothing. The only way I'm gonna change my rigs
Enemy
is if they
ships detected.
turn off the high-sec safety. So far, without any commendations used, I think I might have used like one commendation earlier. We have made we started at 946 and now we are at 989. So we've made 43 million without commendations. That's probably closer to 60 million with commendations.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
Oh jeez. Going crazy. Yep, we are getting closer and closer. We are about 200 million from 2 billion right now. Yeah, we're in an actual high-sec island this time. I love it. I do enjoy my forward and perimeter a little bit more, but for the purpose of this particular grind, the high-sec islands will do just a little bit better.
Enemy ships detected.
And welcome back, Azim. It's been a while since you've been here.
We're under
It
attack.
actually will only take one more Concord pass plus the last like 300 million for us to get our hands on it. At least for this character.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
It might almost be worth it for us to try to build the rattlesnakes. I have to check that. Or if anybody's sitting in Gina and can check on that. Whatever that base cost would be. Because if I can just build 3 rattlesnakes for like under 2,500,000,000, I would do it. It means I won't have to grind so hard.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
And I don't know, should I do one more rotation of missions? That's a hard choice. We've done pretty good so far. We're at like 150 million toward our 500 million goal on each character. Yeah, we're at 143 million right now toward the 500 million
Enemy
goal.
ships detected.
Well, that would be fun. Taking the Fiend out. Oh. Man, you're starting to build a Typhoon too, and you're only at... Nice. Why did you choose the Typhoon 2? What makes you want the Typhoon 2 over something like the Typhoon Special Ops or something like that? It's a good ship, the Typhoon 2.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
Enemy ships detected. We are under attack.
Oh no. That's terrifying. Okay, cool. Yeah, that Typhoon Special Ops really does the best of everything. But starting with the Typhoon 2 is a really good start. It'll carry you a long way.
We're under attack. Fleet warp.
Yeah.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, the Typhoon 2 is really versatile and good in almost every situation. Speaking of which, I wanted to check Typhoon Ascension. Typhoon Thermomagnetic. This is the one you want on that Typhoon, by the way. Typhoon Thermomagnetic will blow a lot of things out of the water.
Enemy ships detected.
Do you already have a Typhoon that you're flying? At Tech 9?
Enemy ships detected.
Cool. I like it.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Oh, Typhoon would be so good in VR1. Especially with rapids. I mean, it would still do good with large missiles as well, but the large rapids are just deadly for those smaller ships. I don't think the tank will be a problem.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. Yeah, you throw on Warhead Charge with, like, thermal, explosive, whatever your enemy is most weak to, and then you have the thermomagnetic, you're looking at the same DPS as, like, a Raven Navy. Maybe slightly less, but better application. Yeah, Dominix is gonna have way more DPS than any of this. It'll be a lot
Enemy
faster.
ships detected. We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Really? I get 3 in a row? What is that? What do you mean you're just gonna give me 3 good missions in a row right as I'm about to say I'm done? Come on.
Fleet war.
Game,
Warp
you know
drive
what you're
active.
doing. You know what you're doing, Eve Echoes.
We're under attack.
Yeah, hit the jackpot, but on the wrong character. I needed all 3 of those to be on this one for the bottom left. Oh, how unfortunate. I'll still do them. But that just hurts. Maybe I'll do these two.
Enemy ships detected.
I do actually have the low sec filter on.
We're under attack.
All of my characters have that set up. just nothing. I have gotten not a single good mission all day. We've been going for 5.5 hours. And I haven't seen a single good low-sec mission.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. Fleet war.
Why do Caldari enemies have to hurt so much? They really hurt.
Warp drive active.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Yep, it only took 5.5 hours, but we finally got our really good missions. And 3 of them in a row. Hi, Jenner. Good to see you. How you doing today?
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Welcome back. Hollows only. Actually, that's a pretty easy challenge, to be honest. Other than making ISK. All of your ISK would just come from Concord. However, when we complete this, I may consider, like, a low-sec only version of what we're doing here.
Fleet Warp.
It could be fun. I have a system in mind that I would do it with.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. We will definitely have some blockage of information.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, the system that I'm thinking of, in the past, there's been like one person every half hour or hour that shows up. Although the longer
We're under
that
attack.
null-sec and low-sec become unpopulated, the less people show up to those systems.
Enemy
I
ships
would
detected.
really like, however hard it would be, to do like an Iron Man version in low-sec slash null-sec. Like having to do everything myself. But that would be very time-consuming and difficult.
Fleet Warp.
It would mean that I'd have no access to the market. It would mean that everything I get, I would have to reverse engineer myself.
Warp drive active.
Or get from a loot drop from an enemy. it would be very hard. But it could make for a pretty good series. I think I would only do it with one character. Because, in a standard Iron Man challenge, you can work with another player, but you cannot trade between players or anything like that.
Enemy ships detected.
So a player can't walk by, drop something for you either. Or in our case, can't jettison anything between each other. I think the only exception I would probably make for that character, is I would actively probably make sure that I'm always Omega. That would be the only outside influence. Because that is allowed, having like a premium account
Enemy ships detected.
as an
We're
Iron
under
Man.
attack.
But that would be it.
We're under attack.
Okay, we're gonna do our other missions first.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I have no idea what you guys would think about something like that. If you think it would be interesting enough.
We're under attack. Shield damage.
I'm not sure if it would be worthwhile to include High-Sec in that challenge, because we would have access to hauling missions, which would give us blueprints for things we would need. Maybe I would include high sec for that.
We're under attack.
But I like the idea of being locked out of it,
We're
too.
under attack.
And since our ISK could not be used in the market, it could go towards skill points, it could go toward, like, compilers and things like that. Like, anything here we could actually use.
Enemy ships
Because it's ISK we burn. And
We're
the store
under
is
attack.
technically an NPC.
We're under attack.
Yeah, you could definitely get some kills if I'm streaming it. People are going to be wanting to jump in and mess with me. I'm also considering maybe making a corporation for that. And if you guys want to jump on, like, an alt character, join that corporation, we can all do the same thing. Have, like, a little low-sec location where we can all be in that corporation. That could be a lot of fun. That really could be a lot of fun.
Fleet warp.
Can you imagine if we managed to drop, like,
Warp drive active.
a POS or something like that, or Fornzar, as an Iron Man group? That would actually be insane. I don't know how the rules would be with that, though. If that's too much flexibility for
We're under attack.
that. That kind of makes me excited thinking about it. I don't know.
Enemy ships detected.
We've had it so easy for so long in Eve Echoes. It might just be time to bring out, like, the hard challenges.
We're under attack.
Damn. if I wasn't gonna do the T8 to T10, I would probably have started that very soon.
Enemy ships detected.
Because that challenge alone would require me to pretty much abandon all of my characters just to focus on that one character.
We're under attack.
That also means that we would be flying like a worm, maybe, for a long time. It would definitely be a frigate that we'd end up flying for a while.
Fleet warp.
I don't even know how we would get our hands on a worm. We would have to
Warp
get,
drive
like, an
active.
Inquisitor anomaly to drop enough materials to make the blueprint, or get the blueprint. I've got to figure out how we would get to Nullsec too. I'm thinking with Nullsec, you could get there with the John Yu or whatever, the destroyer for the Young Jun, because of the Sun Chaser engine on it. Meaning you can skip gate camps. Ooh. That could be really nice. That could almost be perfect.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
I would of course not allow Omega Duo, because that's too much being given to the player. It's almost like a full handicap. But the Jonyu and the Kanyu would be fine. since they're given as a first month reward, login reward, if you have, Facing Omega.
Enemy ships detected.
So, yeah, I kinda like the idea.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
We could probably do that. Permadeath, oh god. No, unfortunately, death is a part of EVE Echoes and EVE Online, so we can't really do that. We're a Capsuleer. The only thing we
Warp
could
drive
do
active.
about that is we can't use IP. So if we lose it, we have to build it all over again. I think that would be pretty good, right? Would you consider that permadeath?
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
I don't know, what do you think? Do you think it's too much to allow Omega Duo with the stuff they give you?
We're under attack.
It probably is. What do you say, WoW 2?
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Yeah. The Gnosis Trainer. Well, not Gnosis Trainer, but the Gnosis prototype, yeah. Or whatever it is. The Gnosis. Interesting. Where did you see that? Where did you find that information? Is it actually considered a Gnosis Trainer?
Fleet war.
Warp
Oh, we're
drive
almost at 1
active.
billion. We're at 997 million there. I've gotta see that. That's a Praxis Trainer. That's not a Gnosis. What? How? I want that. Are they clone locked? Or can you trade them? I wonder how long you have to be away from your account. What do you have to do?
Enemy ships detected.
I want to practice trainer. 4 drone slots, 5 high slots, 3 mid, 6 low. Alpha friendly too? What? I have the perfect character that I want to do that with.
Enemy ships detected.
When did this become a thing?
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Yeah, the ultimate alpha PvE ship, the Praxis Trainer. Alright, so that was our missions for today. I'm gonna go ahead and bring our... I'm just gonna dock these ships here. I don't really need to do anything right now.
Autopilot disabled.
What? Why can't you get it? What do you have to do? Okay.
Warp drive active. Docking request accepted.
That's funny. I'm gonna jump over to my alt just real quick before we end, because I want to see if my one alt has access to that. What's it gonna tell me? Nope, I do not have access to it. Unfortunate. Because I totally would have. Alright, so let me go ahead and use my bounty stuff. And we're gonna pick the best ones. We're gonna start with anything over 2,100,000. Okay, we don't have anything there, so everything over 2 million. I've got 3 more to choose, that's another good one. And 1 more. 2,018,000, 2,027,000. Okay, so that was all of those. Okay, that was all I had there. Okay, so we went from 946 million. And we are now at 1,012,000,000. Okay. So we made 66 million ISK today. We'll earn a little bit more when we get the reset for Monday or Sunday, whatever day it is that we get that commendation reset. So not bad. We are now at 158 million of our 500 million grind. . Well, I will leave this here. Thank you all so much for joining me today. It was a really long day. We've got about 6.5 hours of grinding in HiSec, but we're getting there. Thank you all so much for joining me today. Without you guys, I wouldn't be doing this. I really have no other way to say it other than thank you. So I will see you all on the next one, which will probably be Dormant Realms on Monday, I think. And until then, take care and be safe. Thank you all so much for joining me today. Let me know what you think about the Iron Man challenge in the comments.